I've lost the books, I don't know where they are. Friends, welcome back to the channel. My name is Sarah from Ink and Hue Colouring. Today's real-time chatty colour along is a little bit different, a little bit special. I have teamed up with the lovely Imogen from Colouring Kid over on YouTube. And together we've decided to do a buddy colour, or you could even call it a buddy tutorial. So both of us have decided to film in the same colouring book on the same colouring page and bring you two fantastic videos. So make sure that you check out Imogen's video below as well. I will leave all the details and she's going to be linked as a collaborator in this video anyway. So it should be very easy to find her. So we've been emailing back and forth deciding what book and what page to colour, and we have chosen Walk in the Woods by Leila Duly. And the page we have chosen is this little bird wreath page over on the left. How sweet. So let me just zoom you in so we can grab some of those details. So we have the speedwell flower and we've also got a bird as well. I'm actually not quite sure what type of bird it is. It looks like a little finch or a swallow or something like that. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm going to colour the bird. So one of the main reasons why we decided to go with a Leila Duly book, number one, we both love her illustrations. And number two, we really just want to bring more of her illustrations to light. We just want to have more videos available on YouTube because we really do want to support her and her creative work. And you guys know that I do a lot of Leila stuff anyway in Floribunda Year, which is our full book colour along, and I do a fair bit in Precious Planet as well. So today we have both decided to focus on colouring tiny details and how to get all those intricate illustrations coloured in a more approachable way. And you guys would know, if you've been following my channel for a while, that I have quite a few videos now on the subject. If you're new, I will link them all below, but I do really enjoy creating videos and providing tips and tricks on how you can just get some of that detail work done without feeling just completely overwhelmed. A great place to start with detailed work is something a little bit simpler like this. So see how we've just got this circular design and it's really just contained around the edges and this bit here. It's not the whole page. So in this book, we certainly do have, let me find one, but we certainly do have images where it's bigger portions of the page. Sometimes it can be double page spreads, whatnot. So often if we're starting to colour detail work, there's an example of one as well, just like the whole thing. It's like, whoa. So if you're just starting out with Leila's stuff, maybe don't start with this. Start with something a bit simpler, even just a little birdie page. So we're going to start with something simpler just so we can get the hang of it, and I'm going to give you some tips and tricks. One of the first things that I usually do when it comes to detailed colouring pages is, if there's a background available to do, then I will do that first. There's a few caveats with that. Like I was saying, if it's an image where there's no background, for example, this one over on the right, then, you know, you wouldn't. Or if it's like a bouquet and it's a bit harder to do the background, or you're just not quite sure what color to do it, then you certainly don't have to do it first. But for this instance, I'm going to do that first. So like I said at the very start, this will be a real-time chatty tutorial. So if you check out Imogen's video as well, you'll get double the tips and tricks, double the information on how to tackle things with lots of detail. And it's definitely worth a watch because we're going to have different approaches. We're going to have different styles. So I'm going to start with the background and I'm going to use watercolor pencil. And I've chosen watercolor pencil because I can't really get in all these little gaps, say with a big watercolor brush. Even with Neocolor 2s, you could, but it's going to be really fiddly. So I'm going to use watercolor pencil because I've got a really fine point and I'm going to be able to get in those gaps and just work my way around. And often if we do the background first, you're really going to bring all the other elements forward. They're going to pop out a little bit more, so you're going to see what you're working with. So I'm going to start with this apple green. This is a Derwent INKTENSE. So if you've been following me for a while, you know that I use mixed pencil brands as well. Feel free just to substitute as you need if you don't have the supplies. So, and I'm going to start by filling in, I can see a little gap here, and it's just a process of elimination. And I will be activating these with water. Another little gap here. And I'm just going to scumble outwards. And the plan is just to diffuse the colour into nothing pretty much. So just a nice soft background. And I'll bring it out to about there. So I'm just going to go along. Every little area that I can see is a gap. I'm going to colour in. I'm not going to have green all the way around. We will change our colours and we'll go through that. But I think this green is going to be my deepest colour because this is where most of the foliage is. So you would think that this is where most of his shadows live. And then up here we'll get lighter because there's less foliage, so less shadows. Okay, there's a bit there. If you have to take a minute or so just to figure out where the gaps are, that's fine. So I'm just going to follow it along. You could do other mediums for the background if you have a really fine brush. I just find that for detailed work, watercolor pencil works best because I can get right up to the edges with the pencil before I activate with water. Okay, there's another bit there. And honestly, if you miss a bit, it doesn't matter. If you color over an area that is supposed to be a leaf, it's all good. You're not going to be able to tell, especially when it's really tiny. So Speedwell flowers, I think from the ones that I've been looking at on Pinterest, they are more of like a blue-violet colour. I'm sure you can get other varieties, but we're going to go with blue-violet today. And then we've got some of these flowers up here as well. So when you're doing detail work, another key is sharp pencil point. Because with a sharp pencil point, you're going to be able to get in smaller spaces and you're going to be able to do that with a little bit more precision than if you had a blunter pencil. So do try to keep your pencils nice and sharp. I do have another video up on the channel about pencil sharpeners. I'll try and remember to link that below as well in the list. But essentially, so I'm using an AF-matte sharpener at the minute. I can get a really fine point. You could also use a Dahl 133, which is a hand crank sharpener. So whatever sharpener you have, just make sure you can get a very fine point with it. Now, these are backgrounds. That's background work down there. Between those leaves. I didn't notice that until I started colouring. So see what I mean with the more that you colour, the more you're going to see and it's going to reveal itself to you. A little bit there. And I might just begin to taper off the colour because I'm going to mix it with another one. So we're going to move more towards some blue greens and then blue up here. a little bit in there. At this point, I can't see any gaps, so I'm just going to move on up. Here, that's a leaf. So see how we've got these black leaves here, but here we've got a black background with white leaves. So we're not going to colour in there. And that gap there. I'm even just using my pencil as like a pointer to just go around and find. It is tricky up here. It is really tricky, but I'm just going to find the sections that are most obvious. And I am tapering off here. Oh, yep, so I've just done a wrong bit, but it doesn't matter. That's a leaf. We'll colour over it. The leaves are going to be green anyway. It's all good. You could try and get an eraser in there, but I'm not going to worry about it. That there, because that is another leaf. Let's just go back down the bottom here. Bring it out a little bit further. What we might do as well is I'm probably just not going to keep it, you know, I'll do the watercolor, but then we might go through with some like little dots and things like that, some like pollen, and we could draw in some other elements too with some gel pen if we want to. Okay, that's the first colour. So now I'm going to move on to an Albrecht Dürer watercolour pencil in light phthalo green, number 162. So Albrecht Dürers and DERWENT INKTENSE, they're a different formulation. So this is like a pencil ink hybrid, whereas this is just your straight watercolour pencil. So your DERWENT INKTENSE are going to be a lot more vibrant, a lot more saturated. So I like to mix them because they could serve a purpose for areas that I want to be super saturated and colourful, like your shadows. INKTENSE are perfect for that. If I want to slowly taper outwards with colour and, you know, bring a bit more light on the subject, then I bring in an INKTENSE, sorry, an Albrecht Dürer, and I'm just gonna layer it over some of the areas on the edges of the apple green, not all, from about here, and then I'll bring it outwards. And when they're activated, the Albrecht Dürers are going to be lighter, so they're a really great way to play around with different saturation levels, different looks. So often if I'm doing like a galaxy background, and if I want there to kind of look like there's a moonlight or there's a moon somewhere, then I'll use the Albrecht Dürers closer because it makes it look like there's a bit of a light source. And I also think it's nice to have not everything too saturated in color, because if it's too saturated, it can look a little bit out of balance. So you'll notice that this green isn't as yellow. That is because I am going to transition to a blue. Now, you could just use the blue and forgo this color if you like, but I'm interested in the different color shifts that I can get with these pencils, but you certainly don't have to. If you have a limited amount of watercolors, just use what you have and you can mix them. So I'm just doing the same thing. And I'm also trying to keep it on a similar angle as well. So I've stopped the apple green there and it kind of cuts off there. So it kind of does like a crescent moon shape. And I'm going to be doing the same with this. I'm trying to keep an even amount of color on both sides. It doesn't have to be precision. It just has to be what you want, I suppose. It just has to be enough that you're happy with it. Could even bring out a little bit down here. Might be a little bit hard to see on camera, but it is there. Okay, with that color done, I'm going to move on to brighter yet again, and that is going to be with another ALBRECHT DURER, and this is light cobalt turquoise number 154. And I'm going to do the last little bits. Gap there. Overlap the blue with the green a little bit. There's a gap there and a gap there. See, I'm finding gaps all over the place that I missed. So I'm pretty happy with how that is looking at the minute. So now I'm going to activate it, and we can always bring out some of the color as well of the INKTENSE further if we feel we need to. So to activate, I'm just using an Arteza brush. This is my go-to. This is the smallest in the set. And then just a bit of a cloth. So I'm just going to run a bit of water out of it because I was using some pretty intense watercolor last time I used this, and I don't want to bring that in on the page. So I've got the cloth next to me and I'm just going to work my way around, and I'm going to start from the lightest area and just work my way in. And the goal is just to activate all of it. I'm just scumbling, going to dot a little bit around. Just get as close to the edge as you can. And I'm just going to, at these really tiny areas, I'm just kind of like dotting the watercolor over it, the brush over it, just to activate it. Just get as close to as you can. You can go over the black leaves because it's not really going to show up. And I'll just bring a little bit of that out. Just working in sections. I always miss bits, so just go back through. So starting with my lightest area again. I find that you just get a smoother saturation of colours if you go this way. Missed a bit in there. You can just use any bits that you miss with the pencil. You can just use what's on your brush to colour it in. Now let's start from our other colours. So let's go up here. I'll bring that around. I'm working back into the apple green colour. Wipe off a bit because I don't want to bring that really saturated apple green out into the light area. We can dapple out a little bit, so you just tap it around. Missed another bit there, there we go. All right, working our way back. We can always add more layers if we feel we need to. I might just see how everything's looking once I've done all the pencil work. If I feel the background's a bit pale, then we can add in a bit more, but sometimes you're really not going to know until you complete the other elements, are you? So in this situation, it's completely fine because doing the background first has already served its purpose because we've done it first so we can see where the details are. So if we need to increase the saturation, we can. Bring it out a bit. We can also go in with some dry pencil as well if we want to. Couple of gaps. Nothing that some pencil won't fix either. Last little section. A bit there. I'm just checking to see that I've got everything. I think I do. Maybe this little bit. Sometimes it pays just to go back over and check. Okay, looking pretty good. So that is going to be the background for now. Now what we're going to do is some more basing for the other elements. And you pretty much just start with whatever's standing out to you the most. So for me, it's probably the flowers. We could do the bird as well, but we'll do the flowers first. So I'm going to go in with the DERWENT INKTENSE again in Violet 0800, or 800, I suppose. And I'm just going to work my way around. I'm going to start from the middle and just work my way outwards. I'm not going to colour the whole thing because I want to have some space to bring the colour out. If I bring this pencil up to the very edge, I'm just going to have a very flat looking, this is going to be like one colour the whole way. I'm not going to have any variance in it, which I kind of want to start establishing a bit of colour variance in my initial layers if I can. And from some of the species that I've seen, these have like a white edge as well on the petals. The other good thing about basing elements too is that you can save some of your pencils. It means you can create a good layer of saturation, of depth, without having to rely on your dry pencils all the time. It just makes it easier. And it's just fun. You can get some really interesting colours going on. I am pressing a little bit harder in the centre and just lightly easing the pressure off as I go. So you can see how that's really dark compared to at the edge, it's getting a little bit lighter. So just going petal by petal. Again, the more you colour, the more it's going to make everything else seem easier to see. Moving down the list, down the page, I should say. We'll do the big flowers first, and then we'll go on to these little buds. Bit of shadow. When there's a petal curling upwards, as you can see, I'm just applying shadows underneath. So the good thing about these books with Leila is that she lists the species in the back of the book, which is good. I don't think she does it for Beautiful Planet, but she does for this one and Floribunda Year as well, which helps with me little research. I do like to look on Pinterest what flowers we're working with so I can just use the same colours. Because I like the way all the flower colours work together. And I kind of like to pay homage to what the actual species colour is, because it's kind of creates the palette for you so you're not thinking about it. And it's almost like a little Easter egg hunt as well. But there's some other flowers here that aren't the Speedwell flower, so I'll make those pink, I reckon. But I reckon they're so tiny, we're going to do them with gel pen. What do you reckon? I'll show you a cool technique we could do. These look a little bit different, but they're on the same stem, so I'm just going to treat them as they're like little buds of the same flower. And now I'm just going to go through and find them. And it's just a process of elimination, really. I haven't missed any yet, apart from these little ones here. And there's one down here as well. I'm not focusing too closely on the individual petal because they're a little bit hard to see. So, because they all are in a bunch, so I'm just laying down some colour. I can kind of see where the edges are, but it can get a little bit tricky. These ones are a little bit easier. Thinking that these little ones, to make them look a little bit different, we could have the same colour, but we could put some sparkle on them. at the end maybe, because they're rather delicate. And we could almost bring in some pink with them. So they're like the same but different. You don't always have to have the same colour. And sometimes you're not going to know that you want to do that until you start colouring it. For example, I'm looking at this and I'm looking at all the purple and I'm thinking, oh, gee whiz, it's the same. It's a bit same. So maybe we'll go through and, yeah, add some pink watercolour to them and keep the big flowers just that pure blue-violet colour. So we could do that now. So I've got this amethyst colour in the Derwent INKTENSE 0735. So let's add that in to, we'll start with these little ones. Again, it's the same flower because they're on the same stem, but I think why not mix it up a bit? You're allowed to. As much as, yes, I like to be pretty exact with what the colour is, as I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, everything's too purple. I need something different. So I tend to just go off on a tangent. If I feel like everything's looking the same. I get a bit of a twitch sometimes if things just look the same. And plus it's going to kind of connect those other two little flowers as well that are going to be pink. And we might leave it just at those groups that we had there. So now I think we'll apply just the watercolor basing to the leaves, and I'm looking at these kind of grass blade looking things first, so we might do those. I'm going to use a variety of different greens overall. I think I want the grass blades to look a bit lighter and the rest of the leaves to look a bit darker. So I'm going to start off with this beach green. And again, just following the pencil to follow the lines. And I'm just going to go from the outside and work my way in. I generally, with Leila's stuff, I generally try and have some really deep shadows just to contrast. And this helps to differentiate between all the different layers and the different objects that we have going on. So I'll just do a bit around the outside to start off with. And notice how I've gone a bit heavier down there. That is just to help build some shadows. Now, there, that is a stalk. I'm just following with my pencil where the lines are going. Around the outside. The other reason why I like using watercolor pencil is not only do you get to create lots of layers and depth, but you also get to map out where your colors are going to go. And then you can put your final colors on top. So you're kind of, you're setting the foundation. You're not completely locking in the colors. It's like you are, but you have a bit of influence over what they're going to be later on when you apply your colors on top, because adding more layers will influence the overall tone. Okay, I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We do have some smaller blades here, which we will do because they're the same shape. So we'll do those the same color. I can see about 3 different types of leaves, maybe 4. So I've got opportunity for 4 different color combinations if we want. Usually with detailed stuff, to keep it simple, I don't keep them the same. I do keep them different, but I swap the same colors in and out. So it's like variation on a theme. So it all looks cohesive as well, because you don't want to bring in like, you know, 50 greens and then it can all look a little bit disjointed, because you kind of want to have the same theme going if possible. And there's a little bit there. And a little bit here. Oh no, all of that is because that's where the stem is. Yep. All right, and I've just seen where I've forgotten a bit of background, so I'll just go in with my background color and I'll activate that later. See what I mean? The more you do, the more bits you've realized you've missed. And in here too. I feel like, now I'm looking at it though, there is background and that's leaf, but if you go over to the other side of the blade of grass, what I've just done looks like leaves, but that's fine. I'll go in and fill the other ones in too. They look like they swap. Maybe that was intentional, maybe not. I'm not sure. We'll work with it though. There's one more over here. And there's a couple more there. See how it's just a process of elimination, and the more that you colour, the more you can kind of see what's been done and what hasn't been done. So you don't need to have the whole picture in your head when you start. You can just chip your way through it. Okay. The rest look like they're that shape. And apart from these ones down here, which we might bring some brown in potentially for those. Okay, so I'm going to switch back to the apple green now. And I'm going to continue with those leaves and just bring out more INKTENSE, more colour, work from the outside, work my way in. Let's go back, let's tweak a bit of that. I'm going to add another colour so I'm not closing up the gaps. We can, for the areas that are, for the blades that are behind, but for these ones that are at the front, we'll have lighter colours. I generally try and go, the closer the image is to me, the more highlights we have, the more it's tucked in the back, they're going to be darker because they naturally have some more shadows on them. That's my theory anyway. Okay, that is all of that. The next colour we are going to add is Spring Green, 1550 in the DERWENT INKTENSE. It does look, when it's dry, it looks a little bit darker than the apple green, but according to my swatch sheet, it's not. It's lighter. So we'll see what we get. If it doesn't work out, it's all good because it's just watercolor pencil. We can go over the top of it. Our next pencil color is Ionian Green 1320. This is quite a dark and cool color, and I'm going to use that for the remainder of the leaves. I'm just going to park these leaves down here for the minute. I don't know. Potentially we could add a bit of brown in, but I'm just going to wait and see how everything else is looking. So rather than go shadows on the outside, I'm going to switch it up and I'm going to go shadows from one direction on each side of the leaf. So see how on this leaf the shadows are on the left hand side of both. So that's where our darkest colours are going to be. I don't have one set way that I shadow leaves. It depends on the leaf. Gosh, it depends on the day. It depends on how the leaf is sitting, what else is going on. and I don't stick to only the left or only the right. I'll change it up. We'll do these smaller leaves too, I think. This one looks like it's curved over. This one over here too. Sometimes I find if it's a really small area, rather than scumble, I'll just kind of do some hatching. I don't know if that's what it's called. Hatching, cross hatching. Cross is definitely when you do a cross. Oh no, maybe they're not. Yeah, I'm getting lost with if they're curved over or not. Doesn't matter. All right, just working my way through the tiny little leaves. That is potentially a blade of something, but let's just add it in to that as well. Okay, we've got some down here. The stems, we're going to do like a reddy purpley brown color. Some of the reference photos that I've seen have that color stem, and I think it'll look quite nice. Just to prevent everything from just looking too green, we need something different. Thinking these tiny little leaves, we could do gel pen. A gold maybe, or a silver, depending on, yeah, depending on how the temperature's looking. I generally like to, some of the tinier elements, I like to add a bit of gel pen in. It's just something different. I don't like to have everything pencil always. Sometimes I like to mix it up. Working our way around. Same with these black leaves too. I will just fill those in with this colour as well. A little bit of that. Oh, missed a spot. I'm just going to grab that apple green again and just go in a spot I missed. There we go. And we have some of these leaves too. I will try and make them look a little bit different, but for now we can just use similar base colors and we can use different dry pencils over the top. Just a little bit of color on these ones. Kind of want to blend these in with the stem color. So I'll just do a little bit here and there. There. So simply just a process of elimination. That's all it really needs to be at this stage. Just working my way back through, looking around. Again, these ones I'm going to wait. What I'm going to do now is matte brown, and I'm going to do some of the stems. And I'm just going to do one side of it. As close as I can to one side. I find if we just do one side with it, we can create this really interesting shadow on the twig. They don't have to be one solid color, they really are. So it's a really good way to make things look interesting without getting too complicated. Did I say what this was? Matte brown, 1920. I've forgotten. Forgotten already. The other reason why I like to research the plant species before I colour is because often there can be some really interesting colours. Little things like I like to see what colour the stems are or what options we have available. I like to see obviously what colours the flowers are. What different varieties we have on offer, and sometimes there could be 3 or 4 different flower types in the one image, so seeing what colours are available and what colours are available in the other flower types as well, and then you can just kind of pick and choose what colours you want. For example, if there were like dahlia flowers in this, you could do like orange ones, white ones, pink ones. You could pick and choose depending on what you feel would look good with the purple. And I feel that choosing to do, if we have some stems that are a slightly different colour, it just helps everything just not look green, you know? Sometimes if everything's just green, I get a bit bored, which is hard to avoid, especially if you're colouring plants. You're always going to have green, but if there's an option to switch even just a couple of things up, it can really make a difference. Some of these are like little viney things as well. I don't remember off the top of my head if these are actually vines. And I've just noticed a couple of leaves that I have forgotten, which will go back. Again, proving my point that the more you do, the more you see. This madder brown is a very, it's a very pink brown. Once it's been activated, we can go over the top and just melt some green into this brown as well. But we'll do that with our dry pencils on the top. Now for that stem and that stem, I might leave them green because they're different. That's grass stem. There's a couple down here. Just looking around, there's a couple up the top. With these vines, we could always go over it in gel pen. Bit of a nice touch if we like. At the end, all right, I think we're pretty good for those colors. Let me just go back in with the beach green, just for these other stems. You could have them brown if you want to. Whoop, this one needs to be matte brown. Missed one. So does this one, swapping back to matte brown. I'll be doing this for a while. I'm just going through those ones at the back. Okay. Now we've got these ones here and we've got the bird left to go. All right, what we might do is bring in another brown. And I'm going to use Saddle Brown 1740. And I'm just going to do like a really light brown around the edges. Just because this leaf is different. This leaf is very complicated looking. That's all right. We're just going to do our best to find the edges. Two leaves, three there that I need to go back and do. Same with this one, find the edges. Same with this one down here. This one is really tiny. I might leave that just for dry pencil. And then what we'll do is we'll just go back in with the beach green and go from the center. Go outwards if we can find the center. It's very hard to see. I think we got it though. Might go back in with this spring green, 1550. Since we haven't used that in a whole lot of places other than the grass, and I'll just bring it out a little bit. And I'll leave a nice gap there because we'll do maybe like some transition colors between brown and green, like some yellows or ivories or something like that later on with our dry pencils. I'm going to go back in with the Ionian green now just to fix up those last little bits of those other leaves. And I'm being messy with it just because they are so small. Where else have I missed? Down there. I swear there was something around here. Ah. So I'm just going, I've got all the pencils next to me and I'm just going through fixing up any gaps. I'm sure you can see something that's very obvious. A bit there. Wrong colour, but doesn't matter. One down there too. Okay, let's go back with the beach green. And all of these leaves on the sides will need their second colour. So it can sometimes feel like a bit of a lengthy process when you're basing with watercolour, but it really does help speed up the dry pencil work. In saying that, for me, it's not all about speed. I'd rather something look good and it take time. But it certainly helps with basing, it helps with depth and shadows. And if you miss a couple, because it can quite be hard, it can be a bit hard to see the difference between this beach green and the Ionian green. But it doesn't matter if you miss a couple because it's just going to add to the variation of the leaves anyway. It'll make them look good. So yeah, it doesn't matter. can't remember if I did beach green for these or not. I think these were Ionian green as well. Yeah, no, they were because they're part of the same plant. So we'll go ahead and add them in. I'm very aware that I'll be going over some areas twice with the same pencil. Another bit there that I missed. What I'm thinking of doing, just to save a bit of time, because I do want to have this in one video, I'll show you how to activate a certain section and then we'll just go off camera and do the rest, and I'll meet you back. Because it'll be the same process for everything. Okay, I think I've applied this to most areas. So I'm going to grab the apple green now, 1400. And I'm just going to add a bit of brightness. I'm not colouring all the way to the edge. Because I do want to leave a little bit of a highlight. It will get covered up a little bit when we activate the watercolor, but it'll just leave enough of a gap for us, which is good. And also having this apple green up in the leaves here helps tie it together with the green that's down the bottom in the background. Oh, there. Let me fix that while I'm looking at it. Let's go straight back in with that apple green over the top. That'll be fine. we could almost, I'm just thinking about, because I've got some colours in front of me for the dry pencils on top. I'm almost thinking we could add some purple into the leaves, maybe some teals. I add in teal quite a bit. If you are familiar with my videos, you'd know that I often, if not always with Leila's stuff, add in teal. So we could do that. We'll see how it all goes. I think that is almost every leaf. Again, it doesn't matter if it's not. All right, for Mr. Birdie Num Nums, let's do. He looks like a wren, swallowy kind of bird to me. So let's do some blues and some browns, and because I've already got brown in here anyway. So let's go saddle brown. And I might start just with some brown here. I will admit that birds isn't something that I'm very used to colouring, so I'll be going for more solid colours today. We can add in a bit of feather texture as well, but it's going to be nothing to write home about. We'll have a go though, because I'm all about having a go, but we'll just get what we get. I feel like a little bit down here, a bit around. His little legs, they'll probably be predominantly black, but we'll just have some brown undertones. A little bit in the tail. I'll probably go blue next. So I've got this iris blue 0900. Let's give him little birdie blue wings there. And his tail feathers. Maybe a bit of a blue butt, and around here can be white, and we'll bring in some grey. Potentially with some shadows. Still a bit up here. I'm being quite rough with it. But yeah, I think we'll do a lot of maybe some transitioning between the blue and the white. But for now, I'll just lay down that colour there. Some blue might be cool throughout here. Just wondering if I should add a bit now. Yeah, let's do it, because I feel like just having a blue bird just there. So let's go the shadows. I do this a lot. If you're new to my channel, I make up stuff a lot as I go. Yeah, good decision. This will probably turn out teal anyway because we're mixing it with green. So I'm just going to do it to these bigger grass areas, and I'll accentuate it with dry pencil if I feel like it needs to be. But yeah, I get bored if I don't add random bits of colour in everywhere. Most of you probably know that. Again, if you've been following me for a while, you'll be like, yeah, we know all about it. You don't shut up about it. You can do that there, and we'll just fade it out with dry pencil. Yeah, good decision, good decision. All right, we've just got the log to go. So let's just add our saddle brown 1740 back in. I'm not going to colour the whole thing. 2/3 of it maybe. I'm going to just leave some room for highlight. Okay, darker colour, madder brown 1920. So this is the same colour that's on the twiggy bits. Okay, now what I'm thinking is that we should do our water activation. So what we're going to do is I'll show you how to do a little bit, and then to save time, we'll go and do the rest off camera, and you can just pause the video and catch up. So brush again, almost getting to the point where I need to fill it up. I will in a minute. And I'm just going to work my way around. Usually I'll go right to left because I'm left-handed and I'll smudge things. So I'm just going to go from the lightest area where there's less water, or sorry, no pigment, and bring it down into the darker sections. Now I have left the stems and the veins of the leaves blank intentionally because I want the colour to bleed through into that. And each time I'm just going to wipe off because otherwise I'm just going to drag the light colours, sorry, the dark colours into the light areas, which is not what I want because then it's all just going to look the same colour. I want to try and avoid that if I can. So I'm just going to do all the greens. And then I'll move on to the browns. So that you're not having to wash out your brush every 2 seconds. Like so. And I'm just going to have the same approach to every element. So I'm going to start with the white areas, the highlight areas, and just bring it down. And every time you need to go back from a dark area to a light area, wipe off your brush. Again, because you don't want to be dragging all of that pigment through, and that is a key to maintaining highlights in your tiny areas, is to wipe off your brush. That's just what I find anyway for me. I'll show you a portion of the stem as well. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to drag. See how we can still, so I'm still maintaining that shadow. Just drag it through. Go back over it again if you need to, but yeah, see how it's just maintaining that shadow. And don't go too fast like I just did then, because you're going to just drag the color. And you might be thinking, wow, it looks really red, almost maroon. But that's okay, because I want that tone underneath when I add the browns over the top, so that's fine. That's good. So that's that one. The petals will be the same. Start from your lighter area, work your way down. Same for everything. If you've noticed that you've missed an area, that's fine. So when you get to your darkest area, you'll have some pigment on the brush. You can just dab it into the area that you missed. Okay, so to save ourselves about half an hour, I'm going to go off camera and do all of that. So pause the video, follow the same steps that I've just showed you, and then we'll start our pencil work. So excited. All right, so there's all our activation done. So if you are happy with the saturation of this, then you could certainly just leave it there. You could always do another layer of watercolor and Inktense as well. If you prefer not to use pencils, then that is more than fine. I'm going to go in with some dry pencils now, and we're going to start with the bird. For me, one of the really important things when it comes to doing detailed work, tiny little bits and pieces, getting in with some gaps, is making sure that you have a really sharp pencil, number one. So for example, getting it to a nice fine point. Number two would be choosing which pencils you use wisely. So I would prefer an oil pencil when it comes to doing details, because it will maintain that sharper point for longer. It just behaves a little bit differently than a wax-based. Not to say that I don't use wax-based pencils. I certainly have a few in front of me. For example, this is a wax-based pencil here in the Prismacolor. This is 50% French grey. So I probably wouldn't use wax-based for, say, a lot of initial detail work if I want to getting in on some really fine spaces, unless I'm happy to just keep sharpening. But yeah, in general, I will lean towards an oil-based. I'd really only go wax if I'm burnishing over the top, if I'm wanting something to look quite smushy, or if there's a particular colour that I'm after, which in this case is the French grey for the bird art. I just don't have that colour in an oil pencil. So I'm going to start with the bird like I was saying, and let's go for a little bit of Van Dyke Brown in the Polychromos. This is 176. The Polychromos, the text is a little bit hard to read because it's like gold foiling. So yeah, sometimes I have to just wiggle it a bit to see if that's a 6 or an 8 on the camera. So I'm going to have... So we'll start with our bird down the bottom. Just bring some shading in. And we can see already how there's a good amount of colour down. So we don't necessarily need to do a whole stack of layers with the pencil, because half the work's already done for us, which is good. We'll do, like I obviously do some, but yeah, we don't need to do absolutely hundreds of them. So I'm just going to fill in some of the shadow areas. His little legs. Oh, he's so cute. So add a little bit of colour, and we can always, if we do some flicky bits, you can start to add in some feather detail, which is another good characteristic of oil pencils if you're wanting to do details, if you're wanting to do fur or feathers, then you can do so with oil-based pencils. You can with wax as well. You're just not going to get as fine of a point. I'm not going to go too crazy with the little feather details today. Just a little bit. If I'm honest, I'm not that well versed with feathers. I haven't really watched too many tutorials on it, so I'm just going to do just what I think would be right at this stage. So please don't quote me on this. I'm just going to do some texture. Let's do some shadows up here. Let's do a little bit down here just to start getting some colour down. The next colour I want to go with is Raw Umber in the Polychromos, so 8180. I'll get my numbers right eventually. And I'll do some colour first, just like a light wash of it, and then I'll get some little feather strokes in there. Just a little bit. So I'm pretty much just putting this pencil where the Van Dyke brown was as well. Just bringing it out a little bit further. Let's go a bit of brown ochre, 182 in Polychromos. Majority of pencils I'll use today are Polychromos because they are oil-based. I do have a couple of wax-based to use, primarily just because of the colour. I might go in with the 50% French grey now, PC 1072 in the Prismacolor. And we'll just do some shadows underneath. Bring some out here too. I really like the French greys in the Prismacolor because they're like a very brown grey. And often if you put them next to brown colours, you'd think that they are brown, not grey, which I like. Darken up the top of the beak a little bit. Okay, let's go in with warm grey IV, which it's either 4 or 6. I don't know my Roman numerals. 273 in the Polychromos. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's 4. But again, don't quote me on that. Just adding in more grey layers underneath for some shadows. All right, let's get some blue happening. Want kind of a vibrant blue, so we'll go with cobalt blue greenish in the Polychromos. And we'll just start in some shadow areas and bring it around. I don't always start with my darkest color. Sometimes I start with my lightest. Sometimes I start with the middle one. I generally just pick one that's going to help me build my layers. It changes every time. Or it might be the one that's standing out to me the most at the time that, again, is just going to help me start. But yeah, it changes all the time depending on what it is. All right, let's go with phthalo blue now, 110, again in the polychromos. Same thing. Just building up on some color. I think this phthalo blue slightly lighter. Okay, I'm going to bring in a darker color now, mainly for our shadows. So this is Helio Blue Reddish 151 in polychromos. And we'll just get to our shaded areas. So around the edges, where some of her line work is a bit thicker as well. And the base of his little noggin. All right, I might bring in a lighter color now. This is probably going to be the second lightest color. And I've chosen light phthalo blue, 145. And we'll just bring these colors out a little bit. Alrighty, now I want to go for sky blue light in the Prismacolor PC 1086. And I generally like to do my last final layers with a wax base if I can. I don't always, but you can smooth things out, create a nice blend. So I'm just going to blend with it the brown and the blue together. On those feathers. Bring this out a little bit. We can always go back and add some shadows if I think they're not deep enough. We'll see. We'll see how the whole picture's looking. All right, now I might go in with my white, which is the Chinese white 7200 in the DERWENT drawing. And let's do the same thing. Just smooth it all out. This is my favorite white pencil, this one. Okay, so what I might do, we'll do some other elements now. And then if I feel like I need to deepen up some shadows on the bird a little bit after the fact, then we can definitely do that. We can add in some black as well, just to really deepen up some areas. And we could add some more layers on the back too, but we'll see how we're going. Okay, so moving on to the purple flowers. Same thing, I'm going to use oil-based pencils as well for most of it, I think. So I'm going to go in with Mauve 249. And so these flowers really have this little center bit here is white, and then the very, very center is a bright green color, and then some of the varieties I've seen, yeah, that this is white as well. So we might just leave those for now. And I'm going to start with my darkest color from the center and just work my way outwards. So I'll start with a very, dark color, and then we might move to some more bluey purples. Maybe some periwinkle colors in our highlight areas. And I'm going to try and leave a white border if possible. We'll see how we go. So I'll go ahead and do every flower with the base color. Or this mauve color we'll just go through. Even on these ones that are going to be a little bit more pink. So I'm starting at the bottom of each petal and working my way upwards, defining some edges as well, building up some shadows. I don't always do the flowers first. If it's a, if there's a choice between flowers and leaves, I'd change it up. Just kind of go for whatever I feel like doing next, which was the flowers in this case. might have to, because I'm forgetting to leave a white border at the base here, so we might have to go in with a really fine white gel pen and add the line in, just so it's looking very deliberate. I'll try to remember. I just forget. I get lost in what I'm doing. Then it's like, oh yeah, I was wanting to do X, Y, and Z. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to go through the gel pen. I'm just forgetting. Funny. Typical. I probably wouldn't use an acrylic marker. It's probably too thick for this. The flowers are really fine. I mean, you could, unless you had like a really fine one. Yeah, I would go under 1 millimeter if possible. I've got a couple of options. I've got an 8. I've also got like a 0.8, and I've also got a 0.6 as well. Feels good when you get to your last flower. You're like, yes, I made it through. On to the next colour. And repeat the process indefinitely. Okay, moving on to the next colour. I'm going to go something a little bit more blue, perhaps. Let's try the Ultramarine 120. This is more of, so like it is blue, but notice how it's more of like a purpley blue. It's, yeah, so it's not as blue as that and it's not as purple as that. It's like a mix in between. So again, a POLYCHROMOS. And I'm just going to kind of use it to mix with the purple that's there. So sometimes we can use colours that we think, oh, well, that's blue. Oh, I don't want to use blue on a purple flower. But if you mix them together, you can create new shades that you otherwise don't have. And you can just get this very interesting look to it. And because we've already got the watercolor there as our base, we really don't need to be adding too many colored pencil layers on top, like I was saying before. So it does help, which is good. I'll probably add one more after this and maybe use a black or a really dark blue if I felt like we needed to do more layers and more depth in the middle. And sometimes, like I was saying with the bird, I don't really know when I'm going to need that, if I'm going to need that until everything's done. More often than not, I'd say yes, but yeah, I could always go in with a, oh, there's a Prismacolor dioxazine purple hue, which is really deep. It's like a really deep blue purple. We could try a bit of that. And then we can do some of the edges with white pencil before we go over with a gel pen. I'm thinking, so I'm going to leave that one, and this one. We'll save that for pinks. We'll just do the big flowers for now and these half open buds. For me, I reckon completing a Leila Duly page is the most satisfying. I really love looking through all of her illustrations. They're so beautiful. All the beautiful bouquets she does, all the big spreads. Yeah, it's just really satisfying. I think because there's a lot of work that can go into completing them and because they're so intricate as well. And you often don't know what you're going to get either. Like I was saying before with researching the flower types, I don't really know what the flower is when I'm looking at it. I've got to Google it or look at it on Pinterest. So for me, it's a real Easter egg hunt. So I feel like I'm discovering new things as I'm colouring and just watching the page come to life before me. It's kind of, there's this element of I don't have control and I'm just going to do what the reference photo says, unless there's like different types you can have. Then of course you can, like we were discussing before, you can have a bit of say over, you know, like what type of dahlia do you want to color? Do you want to color purple, orange, white? But for a lot of it, yeah, it's just like, what's it going to be? And I wonder if Leila, when she's drawing these things, I wonder if she has the colors in mind and she puts them together for that purpose. I don't know. But yeah, I love just the whole process of just discovery, I guess. And even I'm looking at the page next to me and I think that's dandelions, and I don't remember what color dandelions are. I think they're yellow or something. But even, yeah, just looking at that and going, oh, like I wonder what that'd look like done. I've got no idea. I know that there's a specific color for those. They're either yellow or white or both. I don't know. Or orange. But yeah, I just find it really exciting. And it's specifically to Leila's work, I think, because she names all the species. She names all the species. And so you can just go on a real journey of discovery, which is, yeah, I love it. I mean, you can make them whatever color you want. That is, if that's what you enjoy the most, then you can do that. But for me, I don't know, there's just something about letting the species list guide me. It's very much an Easter egg hunt, like I was saying. Very, very, very much so. It's cool. I'm looking, that's why I look forward so much to filling up as many pages as I can. And if you don't follow my channel already, I do Floribunda Year as a full book color along. I think we've done about 9 pages so far. The very first page that I did was a flower tutorial. It was before I decided that I wanted to do the page as a full book color along. Sorry, yeah, before I decided to do the book as a full book color along. And it was completing that page that I realized that I wanted to do as much as possible and that I loved Leila's work. So yeah, it is a tutorial up on the channel anyway. So like, yeah, it's technically there. It's just not the whole page. But we go through, like, I think I did like 3 or 4 different flower types or colors. And we went through all of those. So yeah, it technically is. But yeah, there's like 9 pages done. So check that out if you like. I'll try and remember to link it all below. But yeah, I've got Beautiful Planet too, and I really like that book. I could almost do that as a full book color along as well. I feel like a lot of the books that I own, I could do them as full book color alongs. And the good thing about doing the watercolor first is the hard work's already done. I've already figured out what's what, so I can just go in and color it now. I've kind of got all of that complicated bit out of the way. Okay, so I've got the Dioxazine Purple Hue in Prismacolor PC132, and I'm just going to go through the centers and just see if I can just bring some shadows in. It's going to be very subtle because that mauve is already pretty dark. But yeah, just a little bit. I'm just kind of scratching it on and like flicking it through, scumbling a little bit, but just trying to make it look a little bit veiny in some areas. And where there's a lot of curvature going on, I'll just move with that, I'll just move with the shape. You don't have to make the shading exact on each flower, just let the flower kind of dictate to you where it could be. It can change. And looks, yeah, it just adds interest to the page when you just let it change a little bit. Okay, let's add it on these pink ones too. It's the other thing I like with when I'm doing detailed stuff, especially Leila's, is I really try and accentuate the shadows. Because that way you're going to get more definition. Because sometimes when we've got so much that we're working with, it can leave, yeah, everything can just look the same if you don't really work hard for your shadows and your highlights as well. Everything can sometimes look a little bit flat just because there's so much going on, and you kind of want to, with your shadows, you kind of want to, and your highlights, creating some contrast, or as much contrast as you can help actually see all those details come through. Otherwise, they can just get a bit soupy. That's the only word that I have to describe it is soupy. Sometimes I forget which one I've done and I end up going over the same thing twice. Oh well. I'll probably save all the gel pen work to the end. We'll just get all the pencil work done first. Okay, that's that colour. Now let's do these little flowers. We'll add in some pink. So I've got a light magenta, 119 in the Polychromos. And we'll just add a little bit in before we go with our lightest colour for everything. Oh, one sec, I forgot this little flower down here with the other colour. Just talk amongst yourselves. Okay, be back. Okay, now I'm going to go over the top with Grade Lavender and the Prismacolor PC 1026. And it'll be for everything. It's just to blend all the colours together. It's a really nice colour. Really great one for flowers because it's not this bright, you know, pastel candy purple. It's just this really nice muted tone, which just works so well. I am just going over the white bits because when I have gel pen, so you know. It'll be right. All right, there's those petals done. The next thing that I'd really like to do is these big blades of grass or whatever you want to call them. Very interested to do those. So I'm going to play around with, you know, how we added the blue and it's kind of turned into this lovely teal color. So we're going to play around with that a little bit as well. So I'm going to start off with Helio Turquoise 155 in some shadows. Yeah, I really like the way, and I probably should have said it when we had finished our watercolor. I really like the way that it turned out. Just adds a bit of depth. It goes nicely with the purple flowers, and it, you know, is linking the bird a little bit as well. We could use some of the colors that we used on the bird in here, which we might go ahead and do. Yeah, I always like, I never used to do this. I think it's because I didn't know how, but I always just like adding different colors to leaves, and I will add blues a lot. We could always do purples as well in the very base, in the darkest areas, because your shadows a lot of the time are cooler shades. So your highlights are often warmer and your shadows are often cooler. And I say often because, you know, you can just do whatever you want. Like, you don't have to do it that way. I never want to talk in absolutes because it's just, it's art, so you can do whatever you want. So let's bring it up a little bit. Oh, I like it. Because sometimes if we just have green, then it's just, everything's just too green. And it's like, okay, what next? Okay, let's add in a little bit of some of the bird colors. Let's go in with, let's just add in a bit of phthalo blue 110 and see if we like it, see what we get. It'll probably just, because we'll be mixing it with green, it'll probably just turn into a bit more of a turquoisey color. But it'll be good for some shadows. And I'm liking what that's doing. Blue leaves, guys, for the win. Did I miss anywhere else? Only a little bit in here. All right. Now that's done. We can go in with our actual greens for that leaf. And I think I'm going to go with, let's see. Let's go in with Deep Cobalt Green 158 in the Polychromos. And this is pretty similar to the colour that we've already got on the page thanks to the blues that we added in and the INKTENSE, but we're just going to go through and just deepen it up a little bit. And that's pretty much, yeah, the purpose of this is just to deepen it up. So I'm really not like, you know, adding colours from scratch. I'm just building on what we've already got there. Just gonna flick the pencil up. It just adds a bit of character, I guess. The Polychromos greens are my favourite greens. I'd almost say the Polychromos greens are one of the main reasons why I decided to mix my pencil brands. It's because I always wanted to use them, even when I wanted to use other colours from other brands, because I used to just colour one brand at a time. Okay, that might be it for that colour. I'm going to go permanent green now, 266. Start working my way through some lighter colours. Starting from the outside, working my way in. Mix it in with the shadows. And just go back in and add that darker colour. Don't mind me. DDD. Okay. It's looking a bit flat under there, but oh well. Sometimes it works out that way. See if I can fix it. If not, it's fine. So these blades of grass are very warm green with cooler shadows in the blue. And I'm thinking for the rest of the leaves, for the other shapes, they will be probably more along the cooler side and just like a smattering of warm thrown in. I'll probably use the pencil that I've got in my hand to achieve that, just so that, you know, not everything's too different. Same but different, like I was saying, is what I try and go for. I like variety, but I don't want too much that everything just looks a bit disjointed. All right, moving through the list, we have May Green 170, getting lighter again. Really just adding some final lighter layers before I'll go in with maybe the white, and just to maintain this highlight in the middle. What I might do now, before just after I quickly look at all the bits that I've missed. Let's just go back in with that permanent green 266. Miss these ones up here. And a whole lot of shading underneath. Isn't that great? We'll have to go back with our colours. Side quest, deep cobalt green 158. Happens a lot with detailed stuff. It's all good if you miss things. Yeah, gonna happen. Okay, what I might do is just for some super shadows, go in with some black 199 in the Polychromos and just do some in the very darkest spots. Don't be afraid to use black. I use it all the time. Things are darker than you think. And I find too, yeah, like with your oil pencils, they will work with black very, very well. You don't have to worry about, you know, just having this big smudge of black over the top and your other colours won't come through. They will. But see what a difference it makes? It just makes everything else pop. So, yeah. It can be your best friend. Especially for, you know, all these little shadowy bits that are behind. Create some depth by adding black. This Polychromos black has to be my favourite out of all the brands that I have. So far, this is my favourite. Because you can use it heavily, you can use it lightly. And we can keep adding to it too. After things are done, if we feel like we don't have enough of it, we can just go in and add more. Let's do some light amounts here. I might have to go in and add some other colours. Okay, now that that black is done, we're probably going to move on to the other leaves. So I'm going to start with, in the Polychromos, Chrome Oxide Green 278. And I'm just going to do the shadows. So I'm just going to start off. I'm just going to follow where my shadows already are, which probably goes without saying, but you never know. And just getting in all these little gaps. Sometimes, given that the details are so small, you need to pay just a little bit of extra attention to getting all of that pencil into the tooth. If you miss some, don't worry about it too much. We can go over it again with the same pencil, or as you build up your colours with multiple pencils, you can just go over it that way. I'm not really doing them in any particular order. It's more just whatever leaf is next in line. Sometimes if you need to get your pencil on a better angle, you can just rotate your page. Sometimes the shapes don't really suit where the pencil's positioned. And it could feel a bit awkward. And just a reminder to keep your pencil nice and sharp. So it's got a nice point. And you'll probably notice as well that I am rotating my pencil. It just keeps it sharp. All these little things, you might be thinking, oh, it's so much to remember, but after a while it does just become second nature and you don't really think about it. Okay, so I am just going to use this pencil and do the rest of the leaves too, especially these ones where we've got the brown edges. I do want to have it darker in the middle as well. And there will be other colours in this, but I do want to use the pencil that I have as one of the darker colours. And I have just realised this particular part here that I'm colouring is actually a leaf that's supposed to look like that. I just haven't really noticed that until now, so that is all right. That's going to happen. I've seen that now, so when I've got a brighter green, I'm going to adjust it so that it looks more like these other leaves. And if you don't notice it, it doesn't matter. It's really not going to make, I don't think anyway, a huge difference to the overall finished work. The details do matter, but if you miss some, it's really not worth worrying about. I kind of think that you're better off just jumping in and having a go and making mistakes than avoiding it because we're worried that we're going to make mistakes and ruin things. Just jump in. Otherwise, we never will. So I'm just continuing with my darkest areas, my shadow areas. I can do these stems. I'm just going to go see how I'm just applying the colour to one side of it. Okay, now I'm just going in and filling in some of the leaves that I missed. And then these ones as well. So again, with narrow leaves, you can just do one side. And again, it might just take a little bit to figure out what's what. That's all right, one leaf at a time. Okay. Only got a couple of little leaves to go before we move on to the next colour. Oh, leaf there. Okay, let's go another Polychromos pencil with the Juniper Green, and we're just going to follow the same leaves, the same pattern. Just make our way around. And I'm going to bring the colour in just a little bit further outwards. And I'm going to leave the veins of the leaves here. I'm going to just leave them as they are for now. And I might go over them with a lighter colour pencil, but I like the look of leaf veins that are lighter than the actual leaf itself. Feel free to make them whatever colour you like. You might want to go a darker colour, you might want to go the colour of the stem. And I might just go through as well, add a little bit of colour. See these black leaves at the back? It's going to fill those in with a little bit. I will go back with a wax pencil and burnish those, but let's just get a bit of colour in there. I think I missed this particular leaf before, that's okay. Get a bit of colour in that one too. I don't know what to do with that yet. I'm either thinking a gel pen of some sort or pencil later on. I'm just going to leave it for now. I'll leave those stems that we just did as well. I'll leave these ones. We'll just leave that for the lightest colour. Because it's so narrow, we really don't need to fit too many colours in there. It's not really necessary. But I will do some of these leaves because they are a little bit wider and we can fit the colour in. So our next color is going to be Permanent Green Olive 167 in the Polychromos. And same thing. So this is probably the second lightest color. So you can bring it out just to the edge. Leave a little gap. We might even bring in, for any leaves that need some shadow, we could bring in some black again. We'll just see how we're looking. I am bringing this color right to the edge over the darker areas as well, just to blend that color together. I still don't know if that leaf looks separate enough, but it'll do. It'll do. Okay, these ones again. Now after this colour, on these particular leaves that I'm working on now, rather than go the next lightest green, I'm going to start with the brown edges and work my way in. And then we can use the green to blend both together. Use the lightest colour to blend both edges together, I think. We'll just fill in a gap here though. There we go. Just filling in some gaps as I see them while my eye's on them. Otherwise I might not notice them again. It happens. Oh gosh, it is so windy today. Apologies if you can hear things rattling. So before we move on to our lightest green, we're just going to go and do the brown sections of these leaves. So I'm going to start with green gold, which is 268. This is a very green brown, or a very yellow brown. And I'm just going to bring it out. You could even just lightly bring a little bit into some of the green parts. Actually, yeah, it's blending quite nice. Let's do that. Just go lightly first. Yeah, we might not need to blend the browns and the greens together with the lightest colour. I think this will be fine. If you were perhaps using wax-based pencils, you might need to. It might look better if you did. Sometimes, depending on how hard you press, if you were to do this with wax-based pencils without doing a whole heap of layers, it might look a little bit muddy, but with oil-based, just from my personal observations, I feel like you can get away with it just a little bit easier. And you can mix up your colours better. And just go lightly with this colour. Don't try and press it into the paper too much. Otherwise, yeah, I find that the colours won't blend as nicely as you're layering. Let's go for a bit of a darker brown now, the raw umber, 180. And I'm just going to do some edges. This probably won't be the final colour, I don't think. I feel like I would like to bring in more. It's going to deepen up those edges a little bit. I feel like they need it. And while we're here, just do this little one down here. while we've got our raw umber, let's just bring it over into the bird again. And I'm just gonna add a few more layers to this. Because he's looking pretty good. Sometimes, yeah, I just wouldn't mind just deepening up a little bit and seeing how we go. Okay, let's go back to the Van Dyke Brown 176, and I'm just gonna darken up some of the edges just a little more. And I feel like I want to bring another green into this particular leaf. Yeah, so sometimes when you're colouring very detailed images, just the small little tweaks can make a huge difference. You know, just a little bit of shadow here and there, another layer here and there. I'm actually going to do it around the whole edge. Okay, I'm going to try May Green 170, and I'm just going to go over what I've already done in the green and just add a little bit more colour. I still feel like I've got a fair bit of paper tooth showing, and I kind of just want to fill that in a little bit, just to kind of match what's going on with these bigger leaves here in terms of saturation almost, but yeah, like I suppose like how much pencil is actually there. It just doesn't look, it's getting better, way better now, but it's sometimes, but yeah, before I was just like, I don't know if it's as bright or as filled in as it could be. And this is quite a yellow green as well, so it's going to blend into that brown. Just fill in this leaf here. Okay, a little bit more vibrant, which is good. Now let's finally go with our lightest green for those leaves, and that is going to be in a Prismacolor grey green light PC289. I do stick them on the ends of dowels so I can fit them in my pencil sharpener. I do have a mechanical one that fits in the top, and the pencils can't get shorter than a certain length. So yeah, this just helps them fit in the sharpener, and yeah, I can just use them like a normal pencil as well. Helps me get the most out of these. So I'm just going to go to my lightest spots, and I'm just going to work my way through to not all the way to the darkest area, maybe about halfway. I'm just going to fill in the paper tooth, and what I mean by that is you can see these little white spots that appear on your paper still. That's paper tooth that needs to be filled in. So I really like wax-based pencils for finishing off things if I'm using oil-based pencils for my initial layers. Just helps mush everything together. So yes, I do use oil and wax-based together on the same element. It just depends on what I'm colouring, how many layers I want to do, that sort of thing. And we'll just burnish in these little darker areas too. I never know what to do with these. I've tried so many things. I've tried just covering it all up in black. I've tried putting glitter on it, all these different things. I'm just not quite sure yet. I'm still figuring that out. Eventually, I will have a solution that I'm happy with. One day, over the rainbow. Okay, so now with these stalks, I'm just gonna run the pencil over it as well. I'm pressing quite hard, mushing it all together so that we get both a highlight and a shadow. And we'll be doing the same thing with all the twigs as well, just with different colours. Oh, I feel like I can hear someone practicing drums. I don't know if you can hear that through my microphone. You probably won't. But it's kind of bothering me because all I can hear is boop, 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 boop. And I'm just like, stop it. Sounds like someone's playing bongos. And it's not my studio. Unless someone's broken in there and they're playing the drums. But I doubt it. Okay, all the leaves that I can see for now are done. I'm sure, oh, was one there. I'm sure there's going to be others that I've missed. I spoke too soon. Lel. Okay, good for now. Now for all the twigs and bits and pieces, and I'm going to do the same thing and just follow one side along with my pencil, which is in the Derwent Drawing Chocolate 6600. You could just use any dark brown. Use a wax-based pencil if you've got it. If not, don't worry about it. It'll still be fine with oil. And I'm just going to go on one side. So on this particular section, I'm going on the right-hand side. And I'm just using the red watercolor underneath, or the brownie red. I think it's Caput Mortem or something like that I used. No, Madder Brown, I think, yeah. That's gonna just help influence the tone of these. These are really satisfying to do. And what we might do is actually use that grey-green light pencil to burnish the other half of this, because I want them to be a little bit of a browny green colour, because all of the reference photos that I've seen of these twigs on this particular species of plant, that's kind of what they look like. So we'll just roll with it. It really makes such a difference too when these are done. It just deepens the whole thing up. Sometimes, yeah, just the littlest detail, like I was saying before, the littlest detail can really make the biggest difference. And you can swap direction. See how I've just swapped from the right-hand side to the left-hand side? You can easily do that. For example, left-hand side, if I want to go to the right-hand side here, you just get it and you just intersect it. You just join them up. Like a braided river. Join them up. I don't know, to me it's how they look in nature anyway. Like when you look at it, shadows on twigs. I don't really go for like hyper-realism, but I try and get as close to what my ability allows me to do. Got this little bit, so I'll just fill that in there. Yeah, there's a couple little bits I've forgotten, but we'll fix those up. The more you do, the more you see. Let's use the same colour that we've got just for the shadows for this little branch that old mate's sitting on. Just for some shadows. Have I forgotten any spots? Yep, up here. Anywhere else, maybe here. Let's just do a little bit more as a one thicker twig that I reckon we could just bring it out a little bit. Okay, happy with that. Now let's go in with our Go-Go Gadget extended pencil, the grey green light PC289 in the Prismacolor, and we're just gonna do what we did with the other stems and just, I'm predominantly going in on the left side, but I'm just mushing it together with those darker colours. So I feel like with smaller objects, the higher contrast you can go, the more, I suppose, the better they look. Like if you have extreme shadows and extreme lighter areas, you can get some definition. Oh, let me just fix up. There's one twig that I forgot down here. A little bit of a viney thing. Oh, another one down here. Well, what do you know? I forgot something. Never. We do not believe it. Okay, let's keep going. Pretend that was always there. You might want to use a lighter brown if you're not comfortable with smushing greens and browns together, but I don't know, I like it. I like smushing in random colours. Not random, but I just, yeah, I don't know. I just do random things and then I'm like, that looks good, so I go with it. I think I missed a few on this side. And you can kind of use the wax-based pencil to push a little bit of the pigment around of the brown as well. Okay, let's work on the twig that Mr. Little Birdie Num Num's sitting on. Let's go raw umber 180 in the Polychromos, and let's bring it outwards. Usually I wouldn't put oil over wax, but it doesn't really matter. It'd matter if you're doing like something massive, but it doesn't really matter. I won't tell anyone if you don't. Need some shadows on little leggies. Feets. And to maintain the highlight, I might just go in Ivory 103 in the Polychromos. We won't use the green. I might just do a bit of ivory up here as well. Just kind of blend this in a little bit. Okay, I'm going to go back in with the chrome oxide green and just fill in a couple of the gaps at the bottom. Got some gaps in terms of like little vines and things. These white ones, I'm probably just going to do some gold gel pen. It might look cool. But for now, let's just fill in some gaps. And we better look at this little thing here. I have no idea what it is. I'm probably just going to use 2 colours. I'm just going to attempt to fill in the gaps. Just go over it in some areas that look a bit too tiny. Great. Oh, before, let's do a little one there. Cool, I think I'm getting there with the gaps. And then we'll just go back in with our grey-green light, the Prismacolor, the 289. And I'm just going to scrub over it. That'll blend it all in together, that'll be fine. We don't need any more effort than that. Cool. Okay, let's do flower centers. And then I think we can move on to some embellishments. So these are quite bright green. So I think my first color is going to be light green 171 in the Polychromos. I'm just going to do like a light wash of it, and then we'll do some shadows. So all the centers, bug, like literally a bug just flew in my nose. Okay. Now for something a little darker, let's go Permanent Green Olive 266 in the Polychromos. And literally just going to go from the corners and just kind of flick my pencil up. Just trying to create a little bit of shadow. Like these are super tiny. You could always do just like a semicircle around half of it. Now I'm going to go back in with that light green 171 in the Polychromos and just go over it again. Okay. From what I can see, that is the pencil work done. Now what I want to do is firstly just give it a bit of a dust. Now I want to go in with some gel pen, and I've got, I'll show you before we go individually, I've got an assortment of colours here. I've got some pinks and some golds, yellow and some whites, because I want to go through these little bubbity bubbity things here. So I'm going to start with, this is a Jelly Roll Moonlight. This is number 421. They just put the numbers on here. They don't put the names. This is a pink. So you don't have to use Jelly Roll. Just use whatever gel pen you have. You don't even have to use gel pen. And I'm just going to go through and just do some little dots. I'm kind of making this up as I go, so don't, you know, if this turns out horribly, yeah, don't copy me. Maybe just watch it first and see if you like it. This will be, so I'm planning just to do a series of dots and just get lighter as we go. So rather than like swirling it, I'm just pressing the dots because because these are tiny. Even get down here a little bit. Okay, and then next one is, I'm going to go in with a lighter pink. This is 420p. This is a pastel pink. And I'm just going to go over the pink and try and fill in some white gaps that are still there. And perhaps let's go more pink at the top, or even on one side, and less pink at the bottom, but still have it there. Okay, let's do that again with yellow. This is 403p. I think this is their pastel. I don't actually know because I buy them individually. Officeworks have a selection and I just, yeah. Let's do, I'm just gonna flick them out a little bit. Like so. Do some polyny bits. And now let's go jelly roll number 50. This is white. This is a size smaller. See how this is 0.8? The other one's a 10. And I'm just going to go in and fill in these things. I might use another different color if I feel like I need to. Sometimes gel pen's good for just different layers. Filling in some tiny details. You don't have to use your pencils. Okay, and what I'm going to do with the same pen that I have, I'm just going to start, let's just see what the outlining is like. Yeah, I like that. Find, even though the jelly roll is on the finer side, it actually dries super opaque. So it kind of, when you apply it, it looks a little bit translucent and you're like, well, I don't know. But yeah, when it dries, it kind of, yeah, dries better than you think. So I'm going to go around and do all of these. I will need to fix that one up. That's somehow not doing what I want. Sometimes sometimes happen if you drag it back over a wet spot. And sometimes it will not like being rolled over wax and it might just not work. So just roll it on a white piece of paper or just any scrap piece of paper that you have. Get the ink flowing again. And I'm sure I'll have someone in the comments ask, have you tried the Languo gel pens? Because I get asked that a lot. The answer is no. I have a lot of gel pens already, so I don't really feel like I'm justifying. Yeah, I can't justify it. I can't justify the purchase because, yeah, I have way too many gel pens. That drummer is still going. Could do, yeah, let's just flick these outwards so we can kind of cover up those middle bits as well, because I believe they're white too. So I can just flick it out like so. And I might do the little stamen things gold maybe. Might be fun. Just thinking whether we do the other ones or not, or if you just leave them. Oh, let's leave them. So I feel like sometimes, because these can look quite striking with that when they're outlined, sometimes if you do too many, then it just looks a bit meh. So maybe we'll just leave these. All right, let's go to a couple of the edges that I didn't do. I think originally I wasn't going to outline every single part of the petal, but I think I will. Okay, let's just do just over the bird. Do a little bit of that, see if we like that. Yeah, just a little bit. Don't need a whole lot. Leave that for the shadows. Okay, let's grab our gold. This is 551. You can already tell I use this a lot. I do have another one somewhere. There's a gap in there, so let's hope, yeah, see if it works. So I'm just going to do, let's do some leaves. Little gold ones. Try not to get your hand in the other gel pen, which is still drying. I do it all the time. There's a little one down there. Oh, I forgot. We'll just fill that in. Yeah, she'll be right. Okay, let's do these things. I'm going to go through, let's do some in here. Have I missed anything? No, I haven't. I think we've got everything, guys. I think we're all good. Yeah, we could go through, let's get our white again. Could do a few little like, maybe let's do it with the yellow. Let's go back with the yellow, that's 403P. And do it with that instead. Get some pollen everywhere. Get the hay fever cranking. You could leave this out if it's not your style, that's fine. Just going to add it around these little half open bud things. And I think that'll be it. There we go, guys. I think our page is done. You could go through, if you really like the bokeh effect, you could go through and add a whole heap of circles and stuff. It's not really my cup of tea. So I'm going to leave the background as it is. I like it nice and soft. Feel free to go through and add any other embellishments that you like. Imogen and I haven't seen each other's pages yet, so at the time of this filming, so it'll be really interesting to see how our pages turn out, if they're similar, if they're different. So thanks again to Imogen for joining me for this buddy color tutorial. If you haven't already, please go ahead and check out her video. She will be linked as the collaborator on this video. Hopefully, we'll try and get the codes to work. If not, all of her details will be in the description below. So I highly encourage you to check out her channel. She does some amazing work. So that's it for today, guys. I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.